Guten Morgen. So, I've been informed that apparently they are starting up the power plant reactor at 3 Mile Island again. According to something that I saw in my Blue Sky timeline, so this may be a whole load of shit, but people were also saying that it was because of AI-related things. And it's like, you ever have that feeling in the back of your head where you just immediately have, like, the wrong take? Because I saw that, and the first thing that I thought was, wow, I hope it melts down again. And I realized that that will not fix the issue. The problem is the amount of AI that's being used at all, irrespective of the amount of energy being used, which I mean is also its own issue entirely, but like, you know, if a nuclear power plant melts down, all that's going to happen is that people in that area are going to be harmed. And that's not great. As Sonic says, that's no good. But more seriously, just I think ultimately we probably do use too much electricity in general. Like I'm gonna turn into a Luddite at this rate. Like, I officially am no longer interested in technology, and I'm just like, oh my god, I have a 1000-watt PSU hooked up to my computer, and it's just like, you know, maybe I don't need that much. Maybe I don't need to. How close am I gonna get to I don't need to use a computer at all, realistically speaking? Like, I might just go insane, you know? Might just go insane. Everything is awful, and the world is just provably getting worse constantly. So, yeah, how's everyone doing today? I love to open the stream on me just saying something incredibly miserable. Isn't it, like, the funniest bit that everything is terrible and it's only getting worse? And a large part of it is because a bunch of absolute piss babies were mad about anime titties and video games. Oh, hey, Alan. Sorry, not to be a huge downer when I start things out, but unfortunately, being a negative asshole is just in my nature, I think. I saw that I suddenly got, like, a large chunk of notifications on Blue Sky earlier today, and I was like, oh, did people finally see my post where I said I thought Knights of Sidonia was a bad song? Am I finally getting murdered for it? And as it turns out, it was just someone who was going through a thread that I did of magic artwork that I like, going, oh, yeah, actually, that's cool, and clicking like on them. So, you know, could be worse, but ultimately, perhaps I do just simply crave Oblivion. Speaking of Oblivion, I started playing some Skyrim in the middle of the night last night. I, of course, made a lizard. Because I like the Argonians. They're fun. They're lizard people. And of course, as soon as they gave me an iron warhammer, I just immediately grabbed that because I'm just like, okay, yeah, let's go for the big stupid weapon. Can I make myself sneaky whilst also carrying around a gigantic hammer? Anyway, we got the Varia suit as our item from this, so that's cool. We can go into places that are warm and not die. It's gonna be in like the 80s all week next week, which I really can't take heat anymore, I don't think, so I'm just like, that's awful. Oh, that's fantastic. Being allowed to just, like, stealth around in plate armor and stuff is so funny to me. I'm actually kind of glad about stuff like that. And another thing that I noticed, and obviously this is like super duper obvious, but it's a thing that I didn't really give a whole lot of like concern to before, and if I did, I was like, that's dumb. But I actually kind of do like the fact that the merchants in Scrim all have like an amount of gold that they have as like a, well, a budget really. It's a neat little wrinkle, and ultimately I think that I'm probably going to end up running into a point, because I'm the sort of person who picks up everything that's not nailed down, where I'm going to go, oh no, I can't sell any of this crapola because nobody has money anymore. But also by that time, I'm going to be dealing with the fact that I'm over encumbered constantly because, well, stealing everything that's not nailed down, you know. You know how it goes. I was saying to somebody yesterday that, like, I was still even in the first mission where you end up sneaking up on a bear at one point. And that part's not important, but what is important is that after fighting all the Imperial soldiers, I was already over encumbered before I was even done there. Like, come on. That's just rude. Move slowly, thus stealthily. Slowly is really saying it. Like, okay, you run at a speed that barely constitutes a jog. And when you're forced to walk, you walk so slowly, you basically move backwards. It's basically cruise control, just like caps lock. Right, wait. Oh, I probably should have set that so elevators are pre-scanned. Not that it super matters, but just for cleanliness and ease. Oh yeah, no, I keyboard mouse it because I am used to that. Yeah, because keyboard... Wow, I shot myself. I don't think I knew you could actually do that, so that's funny. Oh no, my health. I'll be fine. I don't have to fight anything in this room. I can just skip over the garbage bugs. Because just double jump over the barrier. They didn't put up any sort of invisible wall there or anything. Because they don't expect you to have the double jump by that point. Yeah, admittedly, I don't really, like, do keyboard for a lot of PC games. Not counting stuff that's emulated, obviously. That... I do use a controller for that to get something that semi-resembles the original experience. But if it's a PC game, I expect it to be functional with keyboard and mouse, unless it specifically states otherwise. So instead of plugging in my controller or anything, I do things the lazy way. Usually. There is some stuff that I'll plug in a controller for, I think. Realizing it's been forever since I've played like a real video game on my PC. It says rude things about Riven. Listen, I'm just saying that a lot of gamers would be like, oh yeah, that's not a real video game because you don't shoot anybody. Well, I've got excellent news for all of those people. In one of the bad endings, you get shot. That's right. If you fuck around too much when Gen puts you in the cage, instead of just like immediately doing the fake out thing with the prison book with him, he'll just shoot you. He gets mad and he's just like, yeah, okay, you're wasting my time. It's obvious that you're trying to do a trick, so blam. No bullets, he just shoots you with a poison dart, but it's an actual gun, so. Oh, I could have sworn that I had this thing shut off. Maybe that was for setting up a YAML for Archipelago. Because the crew from the last time I did an Archipelago, which, by the way, something very funny happened that time that I ended up finishing my Ocarina of Time Triforce Hunt, which was my Archipelago game there. Somebody else got bombarded with items afterwards, and they got soft locked from it. I mean, that sucks, but it was also incredibly funny. It's like, oh no, somebody else beat the game, and that became a problem for you. Well, how was I supposed to know? But of course, that's the sort of thing, those aren't rigged up to have that happen to them. So the sheer amount of stuff that you have to handle to make sure those all work is a pretty strong amount. Anyway. Yeah, see, I would imagine that, like, actually being good, actually, with Sneaky and Bow would actually be kind of good, but, like, listen, I do tend to kind of like getting in things' faces in most vid games. I'm pretty sure I beat BioShock with, like, all melee one time. That was one of my stupider ideas, but I suppose that's to be expected because, really, it's... Listen, it's BioShock. Of course it's stupid. I mean, wait. No, sorry. It's regular BioShock, not BioShock Infinite. I can't particularly weigh in on BioShock 2 in regard to that sort of spectrum because I didn't finish BioShock 2. I put it down at one point and did not complete it for some reason. I think that some reason is because a lot of the mission is, a lot of BioShock 2 is just like, hey, yeah, you have to defend things while things are going on. And I just sat there like, boo, escort missions. That's boring. Which it is. So, you know, I was right again, but anyway. But yes, just the idea of being like, okay, stealth mode, two-handed, and especially like a hammer out of all the two-handed weapons too, right? Like, that is, above all, the least stealthy sounding option. So the fact that you're able to, that the game is just like, yeah, we don't care, you can still be stealthy with that in Scrim is kind of hilarious. Or in a lot of games. I just enjoy any time it's like, okay, this build sounds horribly counterintuitive, but it's perfectly doable. Gravity suit. Hey. We can go in water. We probably shouldn't go in this water, though, because it's still dangerous, but we can, in fact, go in water, so that's helpful. Also, wow, 2 suit upgrades in, like, 5 minutes. And by, like, 5 minutes, I mean closer to, like, 15 minutes, but whatever. Math is... My math skills are about on par with Scott Steiner, right? This is not completely true in real life, but it's funny to say because, well... Yeah, I mean, FF9 Steiner is probably far worse at math, but I digress. Yes, what if in Alexandria all the women were, like, really skilled, but the men were all bumbling oafs, and you just hear Bill Maher getting extremely aggrieved in the background? Which is a very strange thing to say, but I digress. You might be asking why Bill Maher suddenly needs to catch strays here, and it's because he fucking deserves it. Bill Maher is a piece of shit. Anyway. He's a side boss, entirely optional. I mean, fair. Yeah, I mean, everybody there is a clown, but at least Steiner went to clown college, you know? All the other clowns dropped out of clown high school. I can't actually... Well... I can do a thing up there, but it's very possible that it will lock me out of the... That I'll soft lock, basically. So, we would prefer to not do that. The sad honk is, some character from that train game. I mean, wait. Ah. Get me out of this conversation. At least that one, like, phrase. Steiner, who's... I almost called it Overdrive. That's not correct. Wrong Final Fantasy. Probably an easier one to get into from a gameplay perspective, but I digress. You know, with all these people who are talking about turn-based RPG stuff lately, because... As always, the critics fall upon one that they actually like, and then the whole conversation just turns into toxic nonsense, because... Well... Listen, I don't want to say a lot of game critics are racist, but it'll end up getting there eventually, but... No, before I get too much off track here, Steiner and his trance effect is just literally his attack power triples. And that's it. And to be perfectly honest with you, I find that fun and hilarious. Anyway, the thing I was getting off track about here is that, of course, because that French RPG, that Clair Obscur, I'm sorry, I'm overdoing that on purpose. I apologize. No, I don't. Yeah, Clair Obscur is very popular right now and doing quite well with critics. So you've got all the people whipping out the absolute wildest takes about stuff like, oh, well, isn't it great that there's an RPG where the cast isn't teenagers? Just say that the only one you've ever played is Persona 5 and shut the fuck up. Like... And on top of that, like, there's also all these other people who are like, oh, well, it's cool that we have an RPG. It's cool that we have a turn-based RPG where you do something more than just menu. You have to press buttons to interact. And I understand that you stupid motherfuckers don't like thinking, and that's your entire beef with the genre, is that like, oh no, I have to do strategy, and that's the challenge of the game. You know, somebody who I guess was bitten by a copy of Riven when they were a child or something. And yes, I keep bringing this up because, you know, hyperfixation, but anywho, enough of the comedy jokes. Let's get to me being a jagoff here. So there's a lot of this conversation right now about like, oh, isn't it so cool that there's this JRPG with, you know, obviously big asterisk because it's not literally Japanese, where there's interactivity involved in the turns. And my brother in This Is Secretly a Metaphor for a Word That I Can't Say, sorry not sorry to you memers out there, we've been trying to do that, as, you know, as the community of people who have developed games at various points for literally the past more than 30 years. Like, I think my actual entire lifetime. When did Final Fantasy IV come out in Japan? Like, it can't have been much later than 92, pardon me. But also 94 for that matter. And that, I mean, the active time battle system is a very crude version of the idea, but it does sort of count, and it leads the way into things that, you know, get more so like that, like timed hits in Super Mario RPG, or the rolling HP meter in Earthbound, or positionals mattering in Chrono Trigger, or whatever you want to call the thing from Shadow Hearts. I don't remember what it's called. Or where you had to input button combos in Magna Carta Tears of Blood, and it would cause your moves to stop working if you didn't do it right, and it was bad! Like, just do turn-based RPGs. And if people are whiny... Oh yeah, for Shadow Hearts. I was gonna be like, Alan, you actually know the thing? I literally didn't think that anybody else I'd ever met had heard of Magna Carta Tears of Blood, but... yeah, you're right. Judgment Ring for Shadow Hearts. You are correct. I forgot. You have? Wow. So, fun story. I bought a special edition of it, like, eons ago at GameStop because it was literally like $5 more than a regular edition of it, and I was like, oh, I do like this one character's design, and yeah, the special edition has like an art book in it, and I think that's literally all it comes with is, oh, hey, here's a cardboard slip box and an art book of things that you possibly could have found on Creative Uncut at the time. Assuming that Creative Uncut still exists, you might still be able to find them there now, but I do not know. And I don't currently feel like looking. I'm in the middle of something. Oh yeah, I can't actually go this way because I don't have bombs. Whoops. Well, we got a couple of the things, but yeah. I definitely had some moments there of teenager who still thought she was a boy and would therefore have been considered straight. I'd say I wonder if any, like, if there's like any sort of statistic of lesbians who do that sort of thing as well, but I assume that they basically just don't allow women into GameStop at this point, so that might be a little bit mean, but let's be real, that unfortunately this community is still a little bit toxic. And those of us who stick with it are the ones who evolved immunity to radiation, so you know. Mutants not even considered for mass production. Too weird to live, too rare to die. I don't remember the whole quote. I literally posted it like yesterday, so that's effed. Anywho. Yeah, that's pretty much kind of what it boils down to, is like, oh, you only played any of the Japanese RPGs that were vaguely popular at any point. Which kind of would explain why they missed out so much on 16, with several big asterisks going there, because yes, there was at least some hype around FF16, but I think it was reduced compared to a lot of later games. And also B, my understanding of the plot of 16 is that, like, it kind of starts as a flashback-ish to when Clive was younger. You know, to give backstory. And so people immediately see someone who is not of age to legally drink in the United States and just, like, their faces scrunch up so hard that it forms a miniature black hole. And unfortunately, the Hawking radiation eliminates their entire brain as well. Anyway, now that I've spent a lot of this part of the stream, like, just being massively toxic, so yes, I will say that I have one bit of negativity surrounding Claire Obscure that I haven't played it yet, but I have this one, like, really terrified thought about it. And this is going to sound absolutely awful, and I make no apologies for it, but I saw somebody post about it and, like, tweet out some info about it and note that the director is ex-Ubisoft. And I just sort of went, uh-oh. In like 5 years, I have a bad feeling that we're gonna find out something absolutely awful about this dude. Because, like, the game industry is just so sick to its core that there's this part of me that goes, yeah, okay, I 100% could believe that, like, the bad people just get shuffled around like Catholic priests, you know? Speaking of Catholic priests, there's a new pope. God, now I feel like I really just sound like a stand-up comedian, just jumping through various subject matter that they're about to say something incredibly, about to not age super well. Yeah, no, I hope not, but, like, I have just turned into this total doomer over the last few years. And I'm not even legally allowed to own a chainsaw. Wait. We got ourselves a plasma beam. Plasma. We cannot do much new with this, I don't believe. However, it is plasma beam, and that's pretty fucking cool. So, I don't know what you want from me. Other than to be like, hey, that's plasma beam, that's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, no, I do get it. It's entirely a reasonable, like, way to just be like, well, I'm going to completely sequester myself from the things that could produce the bad vibes. I say as I'm over here, honestly, probably making things, like, significantly worse on this web zone, but I at least want it to be known that I hope it's from a place of caring. Anyway. Oh, good lord. I'm sitting here trying to hash out what my next options are that are not... Oh, he's running away. I'm kidding. Well, all right, Alan, see you in a few. I'm trying to hash out right now what my options are that aren't Incinerator Drone. Because Incinerator Drone is a real option. But, well, look, I'm just saying I wouldn't blame you if you were. Incinerator Drone is a real option for us, pardon me. And unfortunately, if it doesn't have bomb, which would be very funny because that would be like the third item that's literally just in a vanilla location out of major items, we would not be able to escape. And that would be kind of bad, because then I would have to reset. Yeah, we still currently lack our morph ball bombs, so we can't get into the vault. We can't get to much more of Magmore. We can't fight Flagra. We can't really leave Incinerator Drone. There's like... I think maybe one more check we can do with our... in the front end of... pardon me, the other side of that not actually Twin Fires room in Magmore. We just have to go there from the Sun Tower, I think, elevator. As I believe that pillar can be opened with a regular missile. And then you just double jump to it. And goodness knows if we're lucky, maybe it'll be bombs. It'll probably be more like, hey, here's a single power bomb, and I'll just be like, oh. Oh. Alright, just orb our way through here. Also, speaking of video games, just in general, and me being rude, but, God, I need to remember to get back to playing Terraria with a friend. See, I feel like I would find it kind of fun if Ridley had does Ridley, like, properly throw you in any of the Metroid games that I remember? I don't... Like, I remember he picks you up and drops you in a lot of them, sometimes slams you into a wall physically, but, like, throwing you? I don't remember, but, you know, now I'm just imagining Ridley just, like, forcing Samus into Morph Ball and then just going for a massive dunk. He's got that, yeah, he's got that grab and slide you along the floor thing, in Smash Bros. But I wasn't sure. I didn't want to count. Oh, God damn it. I didn't want to count that because, I mean, yes, that is a canonical Ridley encounter, but it's arguably a different series and operates on I would say significantly different principles of certain things because, yeah. I would say how much, like, hand-to-hand combat does Samus do? Well, I guess everything is hand-to-hand with her beam, but jokes aside for just a moment here, you know, how much melee combat does Samus engage in the games? And then I remember Samus Returns, where, if I recall correctly, Samus does actually, like, beat things down with a fist and gun arm and legs and stuff like that. With the big asterisk here of, I actually have not played Samus Returns. Oh, hey, that is a... Was there actually that much, like, hand-to-hand combat in Dread? I do not remember. It's been a while. Because, yeah, I played Dread when it came out, and I only had Joy-Cons for it, and that was not a good idea. I did play it a little bit with the controller, and it felt better. So I can say that. And yeah, of course that's where our bomb is, right? Right where I was thinking. So far this... I mean, truth be told, the fact that we have a suite of items here that is basically like we just beat Incinerator Drone, but also Plasma Beam, this is feeling like one of the most vanilla seeds of this I've played in a while. It was mostly the block and parry. I gotcha. Yeah, like I said, my memory was not all there. Main thing I remember offhand about anything to do with Dread was the one boss that is like Experiment something or other. I forget its full name. It has some like... Its name is kind of more like a serial number, if anything. And I remember that it takes like an absolute metric crap load of missiles to kill, unless you do some of the, what I hesitate really to call QTE attacks, but the stuff that's a little bit more exclusive to Dread. And by crap load of missiles, I mean the count I think added up to somewhere over 250, and I was doing the math while I was doing the fight. Or at bare minimum, it was just an amount that was, like, yeah, just kind of a lot, to put it very simply. I'm at a bit of a loss for words now, because now that sounds real stupid, but that thing. But apparently also you can just... Sorry for punching the mic again. You can apparently just absolutely kill the thing with a Shine Spark. Which is nice, but also I just want to say, man, I wish they would have brought back some of the quality of life stuff that Metroid Fusion had given to the speed booster. Not just the fact that you could Shine Spark without taking damage, which is absolutely massive, but the fact that you didn't have to press a button for the speed booster. Remembering that I was on Joy-Cons for doing it, I was in a position where I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get a killer cramp from this when I was trying to use the speed booster. Oh, hey, there he is. Oh, there you are, Alan. How you doing? How's the food making? Well, I assume that nothing has gone horribly wrong. Is all I can say. Yeah, there you go. Like I said, I assume nothing has gone horribly wrong. Ooh. Oof. Yeah. So, these bomb jumps are always kind of a pain in the tuchus, because, I mean, getting this timing down is a bit of a challenge, but also sometimes you'll just end up in such a position where you're trying to get over the top of the second jump, and you will, like, almost fail. Spider ball, yes! And check that out, we've got the whole model change. Oh god, yeah, the remaster giving you the spring ball button. Oh god damn it, I actually just realized, I think I turned spring ball on for the rando, and I forgot to use it there. Well, it's not exactly like it's not my style to forget about things and do stuff the way too hard way. Yeah, it's press C stick up. And I forgot about it already. That's tremendous. Yes, I'm staying on brand tonight, everybody. And yet I didn't soft lock myself in drone guy. Incinerator drone. Yeah, I even said the name earlier and I just forgot it since. That, again, kind of on brand, really, but, well. There's a missile pack. There's one of these dudes. I did also set it to skip final boss, so basically it's much more of a collection-oriented thing, so that way our find the 12 artifacts can be a little bit more like the Triforce hunts. And also because, let's be real, fighting Meta Ridley kind of sucks. Because on the one hand, while I now realize that you can just Wave Buster his ass, and that will clean him up nicely without having to, like, think during the second phase, that's still also like, hey, in addition to everything else, make sure you find 170 missiles. Admittedly, that would probably happen on its own anyway, so what am I complaining about? Well, there's our power bomb expansion I was talking about earlier. However, we got it after the morph ball bombs, so it's not quite what I was saying that one time. Okay, excuse me. Both for the horrible fall and also for any ejection of air that may have happened there, but I believe that I have forgotten where exactly the hole is in the... Yes, the joke's right then. Wow, it was literally right in front of me. Yep. Told you, really staying on brand. As I then try to boost. I don't have boost ball yet. I'm just not used to having spider ball before that. It sounds like a pretty impressive trophy room, Irene, but unfortunately, that's not helping me too much. There we got orbs. And we got some more of these guys. Oh yeah, even the charged plasma beam just bounced off the front. Well, that's why it's impressive, is because it is very hard to do. That doesn't really answer the question, but I don't have an answer to the question, so... Because they really got to show you that thing dropping like that. Something like that, yeah. Hey, there's our grapple beam. That's actually highly useful, but I'm like, where do I put that to use right now? I feel like at some point the game really is going to make me do Root Cave without X-ray visor. And then I'll be having myself a terrible time. Also, way to go me hitting the wrong side button there. Oh no, my power bomb. Actually, it's no laughing matter. I probably need it because I probably need to go in a training chamber or something then. At least that is seeming like the next obvious check. So because that's really obvious, it's very possible that that's not where I need to go. That was just for a missile expansion. That's fine. The thing on the outside of the ice temple cannot be got yet because we don't have super missile. And on the other hand, we can actually go inside and do like everything in there. We even have plasma beam to melt the ice in there, so we can go into the room that usually has that one artifact. That's kind of interesting. I haven't been in there in forever. At least it feels like it. But yes, the Shegoths, or they're actually just Shoggoths and we just slightly renamed them, but also we made them ice type for some reason. You know, so that way they can be completely non-viable in competitive Pokemon. Wait. I think I need a little more height there. I mean, I guess, but it's like, just because, to me, it's like, I'm pretty sure the basic body plan is like all the same, right? Am I horribly misremembering? Ow, my bitrate. Aside from the lack of tentacles, maybe if the space pirates had gotten around to leaving out chunks of Phazon for them or something to eat, they might have. Because surely these things would just be like, ah, yes, I'll just eat this random blue rock here. As one does, for some reason. Melt the ice. So was there flowing water coming out of that at one point? Was this place not always ice cold? Heh. Incredibly weird thing to think. Well. Wow, okay. Ah, yes, classic every internet service provider. It could be anyone. Of course the internet service is going to hell in a handbasket, because that's just what having internet service is like in, well, most parts of the world. But in America especially. And I say especially because I mean that that's the one I can actually comment on. This way, right? Yes, because it's got the blue thing on top of it. That's fine. At least it's not the ice spreader when we don't have the ice beam. That'd be weird. Yeah, as far as your specific case, that is definitely fair. Oh, yeah, I can grapple beam. That's right, I have the grapple beam. That they changed from grappling beam to grapple beam. Well, I guess they also stopped calling it morphing ball in after Super Metroid and updated it to just morph ball. Hey, completion percentages. Some of them, anyway. Oh, hey, that's where that last 2% from Gex went. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that I figured out what that was from reading some other stuff. But yeah, that is kind of a very weird thing, just in general. It's like, oh, by the way, you're not getting 100%. We're cutting you off at 98 because we possibly forgot to re-update the calculations to account for the fact that the final boss doesn't actually drop the item that it's supposed to. Hey, video games. And programming, just in general, really. But yeah, US internet service, since there's been so little infrastructural upgrade because, well, corporations in particular hate investing in infrastructure, among a lot of other things, but that's like a special sort of no-go zone for them, it feels like. And there's a lot of things in general that could really use upgrades in that area, and we have technology that would be better than that, but here we are. Locked in a pre-modern state because a bunch of cheap asses own everything. There's that too. But also, I think that at least a large part of it can always just be summed up as, oh, well, I would rather have all this money now on their part, even though objectively things would be better off in the long run if they updated from, you know, all of this technology that's lagging behind. What if, you know, we could move to renewable sources of energy and they could still make large amounts of profit, but you know, to give an example here with electricity companies, obviously that's not your ISPs, but it's still in the domain of utilities, I suppose, so. Anyway, I'd say before I keep getting distracted, but getting distracted is just a thing I do constantly, so. It's why a lot of stuff I just haven't gotten out yet in terms of various projects I've been working on. All of us are probably, yeah, all of us are probably a little messy, right? Don't you just love that gifted kid burnout? It's like a big thing in particular for me that is just like, wow, my brain has decided to stop functioning. And I still say this long later, but, you know. Sometimes you don't pick up the pieces overnight and all of that. Oh, wow, I managed to miss that entirely. Good job. I guess technically, like, the offset for the plasma beam is supposed to be that it has poor range. Even though the amount that's borne out is often far less than you would expect, but... Now, what I'm doing is absolutely stupid, man. This is not what you should do with your time. Right, leap of faith. Oh, it's like what happens every time the Randovania map shows up in the gate roulette. Ah. Damn you, Godbert! Yes. Yeah, so speaking of which, I did see the Hildebrand card and a couple of others for the MTG Final Fantasy set that's coming out in like June. I think it's June. And yeah, I just in general, I think they're having a lot of fun with most of the designs. A couple of them are a little bit like in terms of the execution, but they're definitely trying. They released a preview of Dark Confidant, which is an already existing card. The infamous Bob. Who, not that Bob. You might be asking which Bob? Well, not that Bob. That's all you need to know here. So yeah, Dark Confidant being reissued into that set. As like part of the main set too. So hey, that's cool. That's coming back to standard. So expect that to spike like fuck. I almost feel like I should go and see about getting a set and see if it like at least jumps a little bit. But investing in trading cards, I don't like that on personal levels. Hey, cool. We got an artifact. I was gonna say I can shut up, but I'll run the string of thoughts here to, hey, artifact is a term used for a card type in Magic. Anyway, yeah, but it's one of the Ashians. And hey, that's nice. You know, fun to see stuff like that in the art. The designs for the new cards are a lot of fun as a general rule. It's just that it's like, oh, hey, also, this is Wizards and Square Enix coming together, and my opinions of both companies have gotten significantly worse over time. You know, obviously, their older productions are all quite good, but I think I literally had this exact... I think I had this exact rant yesterday in the same stream, but... Same stream. Different stream, but... the same channel. Same location. I didn't just post it on Discord at somebody. Also, they are releasing an Ishtola into the set and not just as one of the commanders. And in things that I am very happy about that, I don't know, maybe somebody might consider esoteric. They seem to have gotten her skin color a little bit more correct in the in-set artwork, at least for the one that has been spoiled so far. Whereas I thought that she looked a little bit pale in the ones they were showing for the Commander set. And I will complain about this forever because, like, I just would like everybody to do better at certain things. It is 2025. And a lot of us in various forms, not that I'm a person of color, but I am a trans woman. A lot of people in various minority groups, especially in America, are starting to feel the walls close in. So it would be nice to see you know, a few companies do a little bit better at certain things. It won't, you know, change laws, but the least you can do is reduce someone's suffering, yeah? Anyway, yeah, in here we have these dudes. The green bees are immune to your plasma beam for some reason. That some reason probably being that it's a fire elemental attack, and it would be a little bit strange if they were immune to the incinerator drone's flamethrower, but not your, you know, nuclear hot fire blaster. Like, what if there was a specific fire-type Pokemon attack that went through Flash Fire, right? I mean, you get sort of a similar thing, I guess, with the Corrosion ability, but for Steel's immunity to poison. I forget if that allows poison damage, or if that's... just poison statuses, but regardless, hey, we got another artifact. I think we're up to 5 now. And yeah, that's true. It's certainly, it's a type of energy that would probably be super hot because of reasons that energy is heat and all of that. But I think that the idea that they are trying to go for is that it's quote-unquote non-elemental, which is something that exists in a very weird place of like, oh, hey, yeah, yeah. My brain stopped a little bit. I'm sorry, but I think, to be fair, maybe that's acceptable because we're talking about strange video game logic, and also I'm not like an actual scientist. I just know an amount of science things because I will... Well, first of all, I had a pretty good science education when I was in high school and even, you know, in middle school, but I don't necessarily have the greatest memory. A lot of it is just I look stuff up a lot. Like, at any given time, a sizable percentage of my huge number of browser tabs will just be like random stuff on Wikipedia. I mean, not infrequently that might just be like weird cultural trivia, but also other stuff sneaks in there. I find chemistry to be very fascinating just as a general thing. I would have slightly preferred the vanilla energy tank there, but that will do as well. Sneak 100. I'd say you're implying something, but that almost said like I said you're applying some... whatever. Anyway. We can't actually do anything in here. What am I here for? What am I fighting for? Wait. Oh yeah, I can't actually. Anyway. Yeah, actually, Tab, speaking of you and Vigi games, we do kind of need to get back to doing Terraria stuff. Did I say that earlier? I forget. I mean, blacksmithing is also a pretty interesting thing. I'm not surprised if I did, but anyway, yeah. He and I were playing Terraria recently, and I have fun with those types of building games. Although, I do kind of want to raise my hackles a little bit about Terraria because of... And this is a thing that's absolutely fucking years old at this point, but man, I wish they had like a regular, proper creative mode as opposed to journey mode. Journey mode is interesting. It's like it's a real play style that is worth some exploration / somebody having made it, but also it's not actually a creative mode, and I think that's something that a lot of those building games just should have as an option. But ultimately, I think that as much as Terraria is good and fun, it is very much a game that sits in this weird position of not necessarily being the most certain of what it would like to be. It's a little, if you'll pardon the way of phrasing it, schizophrenic. Because, like, ultimately I say that because it's like I can't think of a slightly, you know, a better one-word term for it off the top of my head because reasons. But also, it is just like, oh, hey, it wants to be this adventure progression game, but also a building game. And both of those are fine, but the way they come together is often not particularly smooth. Oh, that's a little disappointing. The golf stuff that they added in that is definitely something that has a high possibility for a great entertainment factor. As you have no doubt noticed from the fact that, well, we were doing some very funny bullshit with it. I'm curious to what extent you can do, like, really goofy stuff with some of the golf objects and, like, the various mechanisms. Could I just have, like, a wall of flamethrowers that completely destroys your golf ball? Which would be, like, a really strange thing, but I mean, listen. Worst mini golf course ever. Wait. I mean, we already know it's the worst mini golf course ever. I don't know how to build a windmill. You kidding me? Doesn't every mini golf course have one of those? I haven't been to a miniature golf course in, like, eons. It's a real golf course. The windmill attacks you. I mean, you're on to me. Ah, fair enough. Nowadays, my knowledge of any miniature golf courses and things they have really is just kind of powered by that one strong bad email. Oh yeah, they wouldn't allow that one Gundam into Michigan, right? You think if I went there wearing that shirt, they'd, like, throw me out of the state? Yes, this is exactly what the actual conversation is about, I'm sure. Wait. That's why they have hell there. Oh. Ah, yes, the town of Hell, Michigan. That's probably one of those places that, like, gets their road sign stolen all the time. You know, like there's just a couple of places out there in the world where the road sign has had to have well, not even just the road sign, other signs have had various things they've had to do about it or change names for some places. Like there were a lot of Copperhead roads in America that would have the name stolen because that Steve Earle album, Copperhead Road, which is admittedly like the only Steve Earle album that I've ever heard, but it's pretty alright. And obviously Fuking Austria is the one that's definitely the most infamous because, you know, obviously somebody's gonna go look at a sign that looks like it just says fucking and think, that's hilarious. I need to have that. So that entire sign, I believe they have like security systems for it or something. And I feel like that's at least something you've got to have. Well, okay, I bet the residents of Fuking, Austria are not particularly amused by it, but like otherwise that would be an easy thing to shove into a gift shop of like, hey, yeah, here's little replicas of our sign that says welcome to Fuking, Austria, but in the appropriate language, but oh my god. Funny. There's a couple of other like places with names. Sorry, I forgot to finish the thought there, but I think just saying there's a couple other places with names is probably funny enough by itself. There's definitely got to be a couple of other places with very amusing or vulgar names, which, truth be told, those are kind of similar in a lot of ways, where there's people who just yoink those road signs and stuff all the time. Unfortunately, the problem is that I have a memory that is bad, is a pretty good way to describe it. So, off the top of my head, I can't remember a whole lot of them. But yeah, I know that there was a place that was specifically named Copperhead Road. The road, obviously, not anywhere else in the place. But they changed the name afterward, so that way people would stop stealing the sign. Which, like, I get it, but that is kind of a shame, isn't it? There's got to be at least one Electric Avenue out there somewhere, right? Anyway, we're fighting a boss that is a little bit tedious. I apologize, but unfortunately, this is still a boss in the game, and I don't know of any way to make this thing, like, significantly faster. Why does this thing keep coming back? Because it's just kind of a jerk, really. What if all of these mirrors that were set up around this horrible thing were actually hostile to you? And we're specifically dropping down in order to lengthen the boss fight, right? That's got to be the way this works, right? All right, Alan, see you later. I hope I wasn't too much of a downer, but unfortunately it is in my nature at this point. Well, that's good. It's like you're saying I'm alright. Alright. It's alright. Get launched back out of it, and hooray! We defeated the weird plant bug thing. Item? Energy tank. I mean, that's kind of good too, actually, so how mad can I actually get about that? I don't have a lot of those. Now, where do I go with just this ice beam? Back to the furnace, I guess. No, wait, no. That would be out of logic. Because what I thought was... Actually, let me pull up the map and hope that it doesn't lag my emulator all to death. Oh yeah, there's some items I can get now. That's... Okay, right, that's the map station over there. So there's a couple of things we can get now that the water is not acid, but... What I was thinking was... Where the hell is it? I'm so bad at this. I'm sorry. Sun chamber. So, go through here. So this room normally wants the wave beam in order to let you get to a spider ball track with a bomb slot on it. That opens the way that goes this way, and over here is where the ice beam is. However, if you just know how to abuse the weird shape of the room geometry, you can actually bypass that and just go over to a location on the wall and bomb it open. Assuming that I'm remembering how this works. Wait, no, No, that's just a spider ball skip. That is actually a viable location, but there's some more items that we can get first, so I'm gonna do that. For all I know, all of the artifacts could actually just be in Chozo Ruins. And you just be like, well, that almost fits. Oh yeah, I can do that. Right. Don't forget me. Metopia? Wait. That was a thing, right? Yeah, Metopia. That was definitely a thing. I forget a lot of stuff to do with the Miis because I was not a huge fan of the aesthetic, I suppose. Oh, speaking of just more artifacts. Although I guess there was also the part where it's like, you know, I just want to play a video game machine. And so all that stuff seemed like distractions. Distractions. We can't knock out the knothole in the tree because we don't have super missile yet. Oh, speaking of which. All right, game. That's pretty funny, actually. No notes. 0 notes. And yet it still played a fanfare for me. Wow. Oh, almost got knocked off of the edge there. Well, there's our wave beam. We've got ourselves a decently full arsenal here. As we continue to be pursued by bees. Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah, they're in my eyes! My eyes! Which actually reminds me that of a moment that I had in a conversation with Tav a couple of months ago. I think it was a couple of months ago, but it was recently enough for me to be able to remember. I was rereading Homestuck and I was kind of roasting all of the commentary in it because, well, really, that's a thing that I do sometimes, but in particular, I had said something about the moment where he explains, like, it was something about Nicolas Cage in The Wicker Man, which of course is the source of the "oh god, not the bees" thing. And he had said something to me like, don't the kids only know Nicolas Cage because of memes about The Wicker Man? And there's something about that that's, like, strangely funny to me, because it's like, actually, come to think of it, like, obviously Nick Cage is a real actor, right? Like, he's not just a complete meme lord. He has an actual career, and he's probably done pretty good at some things. I'll put a big asterisk here that I am definitely saying this from a position of I actually am not completely sure, but it certainly has always seemed like he's a real actor, as far as I can tell. So there's just something funny about saying that because, like, also I think that's probably true. Outside of, obviously, some younger folks are definitely, like, more into film because I gotta accept the fact that, hey, I'm almost 35. People who were the youths when I was, like, you know, in my 20s, they're actually adults now who have made their own choices about media consumption and things like that. Which sounds like I'm saying that children don't. That would be a bit of a stretch on my part, but also, at least some of it is, you do at least spend some part of your life partially acquiring your tastes from your parents. I'll at least make sure that I say it's partial, but although, like, 90% of the music I listen to is still basically the things that my parents listen to, so. Okay, well, we do have Super Missile. We have Spider Ball. We should be able to go and hopefully get into a fight at the top of Sun Tower again against the Chozo Ghosts. Because that's what we all want to do. Parents would have had heart attacks if they heard half of what you listen to. Entirely fair. I will put some big asterisks on that statement of, I do also listen to quite a lot of music that I've discovered on my own or had shunted to me by people who I know and also enjoy memeing on me. I mean, wait. So it's not entirely like I am completely locked in classic rock stasis, although I do listen to a lot of, like, very, very old rock music. Well, I guess not even necessarily saying very, very old, because it's not like all 60s or anything. It's mostly 70s and 80s, but there is also at least some amount of, like, other things that are not that. Like, I certainly wouldn't play any of the more modern music that I listen to for most of my family, outside of things that are, hey, these groups continued to make music into decades later, when they got old. Okay, good. At least that bee didn't, like, absorb the missile. Because sometimes the lock-ons can get into... God, yeah. Somebody I knew, I think, said that the Eagles were recently performing at the Sphere thing in... wherever it is, in Las Vegas, I think. I almost just called it the Orb. I also almost just called Las Vegas Lost Wages, but that's a Steely Dan joke. And all the old people who listened that extensively to the Eagles would get mad at me for that. Wait. Actually, probably not, but... That's the wrong classic rock band! And then they just get absolutely furious at you. Like, a kind of rage is normally experienced only by certain beings in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. But... I digress. I'm being very silly right now. As if that's anything new. Let's go fight some bird ghosts. Or walk into a wall of vines or something, I guess. No, wait, no, that's the other side of the room. Ah, yes, I love these fantastic enemies who have no mechanics that are extremely annoying whatsoever. Why would you even say that? And it's not even them doing their ghosty business. That's not the problem. It's that! Ah, yes, I just dropped my charge shot. Oops. Anyway, yeah, so I believe that is the case, that, like, there was an Eagles thing at the Lost Wages Orb semi-recently. Or will be, or perhaps there are multiple of them. That's right, the group is called the Eagles, plural, and I'm entertaining the fact there might be multiple. Oh, that's not what I said meant. But actually, and I said this in a stream recently, that Jethro Tull are actually going out on tour next year. Again, getting close to the 60th anniversary of their first album. So, yeah, the music of the ancients has not died yet, that's for sure. It's just a missile expansion. Oh, well. Right, I wanted to go back to the furnace area. Correct. Unfortunately, I had already forgotten what I was doing because, well, Chozo Ghost fights tend to do that to me. They make my brain switch off. Which is unfortunate, because that's usually a thing that you'd want to think for. Anyway. The water. Don't. You like these particle effects? That setup pretty much has to just exist for purposes of showing off that little bit of technology. Right? With the steam coming out of the pipes. I mean, obviously it's a connecting hall. It has its uses architecturally and from a game design perspective. But specifically the steam... So you can be like, hey, yeah, we've got technology, guys. Our console is significantly more advanced than the previous one. And again, to be fair, I think this game still looks really good even today. So, maybe it paid off. I suppose I could go look at the other artifact hints and see what else we're in store for in terms of where we gotta go. I'm feeling there's some phase-on mines in my future pretty soon. Oh, do I not have a hint for that? That's weird. Artifact of Wild. Cargo freight lift to deck Gamma. Okay. That's in the wrecked ship. I don't have the thermal visor yet, so I believe that's out of logic. Phase-on mines. Yeah, I knew there was going to be some at some point not too far in the future, and that's where the Artifact of Warrior is. Nature is Fentrona Drift's transport access? That sounds a little nebulous. I think that is either the elevator behind Thardis, or it's the pirate base. The Pirate Bay, if you will. Wait. Artifact of Worlds. Phase-on Mines, Security Access A. I forget where in Phase-on Mines that is, but it's in Phase-on Mines, and there's yet another one there. Magmore Caverns Plasma Processing. 1 second. No, we can't do that yet. We still need the boost ball. Because that, as you might expect, is the plasma beam room, which involves the grapple beam, not the charge beam, the grapple beam, the boost ball, bombs, and the spider ball. And of course, regular morph ball, obviously, but you figured that out by now. In order to get to, and of course you need the plasma beam to escape, which to be fair, you usually would. If you were not playing a randomizer. But as it stands, when we have no boost ball, we cannot even start on the long movement track to get there. So rest and rip us. We can't get all of the artifacts just yet. We still need some more items. But on the other hand, if we go this way... wait, do I have... I'm trying to remember if I have Life Grove open or not. Or if I decide not to set opening the boost ball gate there. Also, wow, I've gotten really bad at this all of a sudden, which is kind of incredible. This is super basic. If I had just remembered that I could do that the whole time, well... Oops. Yeah, see, it's just a thing that you need a spider ball for. Like I said, there's a skip where if you go like around the outside edge, I'll show it off at least vaguely. But I'm not good enough at this anymore to actually do it reliably. It might help if I was doing this on, like, actual hardware. Which, I suppose I could put my ISO onto a flash card and run it off of the Wii. I have the basic homebrew channel installed on there, so I can run GameCube games through it. But yeah, you jump onto this thing, and it's a very narrow platform, but because they made this bit of room geometry a little bit precise, you can do this. And if you time it right, you can jump up there and ball in midair, and you'll be able to get into that little knock in the wall and use the bomb slot, and yeah. No, Tav, I suck too much nowadays. And besides, we have enough items that we can do this a legitimate way. There's actually no need for us to right now. We got here with, like, basically everything. Except for the Phazon suit. Well, yeah, again, it's a phrase that requires several asterisks, but, you know, we got this the way that you're supposed to normally. Hey, there's our thermal visor. Well, that puts wrecked ship back into logic. I think we can do wrecked ship backwards. Yeah, we can go backwards to the wrecked ship. And yes, Irene, I actually used to be able to do this. I just am so incredibly out of practice. Alright, and this goofy tube goes to the area where we can open the window. Like... Oops. See, I told you, I'm... A tube for more internets, yes. So we can go acquire a dump truck. Wait. No, I make that every time. I complete the reference. Because, listen. That series of tubes bit is just like... At least parts of it are basically ingrained in like everybody's brain who was of an age when that happened. Like, I think the idea probably makes sense of, like, it's not a big dump truck. If you figure out what the hell that's supposed to mean. But until then, it's just, like, series of tubes and this guy being this passionate about such a goofy-ass thing, and... It's strange, that's all I can say, and as a consequence, extremely funny. Oh. Yeah, this room is laid out a little goofy. Oh, right, I can't go into the ice beam room because I don't have boost ball. I mean, I can go in there. But I can't go into the ice beam room, not the room that it's connected to. Anyway. Right. I'm an idiot. I have to go and... these gross motherfuckers again. I have to just go through the ship the regular way. It's not even about going backwards. I'm a fool. I have, like, everything except for boost ball. Yeah, we got more spooky bird ghosts. Wow, rude. Oh no, that's another boost ball room I can't do because... Yeah, training chamber has a half pipe in it. Or training chamber. Whatever the room is called off of training chamber. The one where you fight the ghosts. The ghosts and their half pipe. Those incredibly sick radical ghosts who just skateboard all day. Half pipe, not to be confused with a radio-friendly attempt at censoring a certain Weezer song. Which, I'm not kidding. I don't know what the whole thing is like, but they censor hash pipe to half pipe, and it's like, you really do not understand the point of Weezer, do you? And this isn't on every radio station or anything. I'm sure that some of them actually are just like, oh, he just said hash pipe, who fucking cares? That's the least of anyone's concerns at this particular juncture. Which, to be fair, like, come on. Which I remember back in, like, the late aughts. I'll just say the late aughts because I can't remember the year and I should not struggle to try to remember. There was this one very popular Nickelback song on the radio. I know, saying very popular Nickelback song on the radio, it's like a certain level of tautology, right? Because if you turned on a radio station in like 2006, you probably had at least a 50% chance at any point of hearing Nickelback. But it had the word drugs in the lyrics, and in particular in the chorus. And at least one radio station that we would sometimes listen to, they just deleted the word drugs from it. They removed a couple of other words from it too, but it's like very, very, very weak. And I'm not even trying to be like, oh, well, you know, you should just, it's Nickelback, her. I'm not that sort of person. They have, like, a song that I don't hate. Asterisk, it's more like a song that I don't dislike. We'll put it more like that, because otherwise it's like, hey, it's Nickelback, it's in the background. It could be worse. It could be a lot worse. It could be Seabat. Wait. But yeah, so it was this one song, I think it was called Rockstar or something like that. Yeah, and they just cut out the word drugs. And I remember my mom being like very offended about this, because obviously she's the one who listens to it. Who can imagine, right? But and just being like, well, why even bother at that point? And admittedly, to be fair, when you're just like chopping out the word drugs out of something, as if you think the very mention of them is obscene. You know, speak of the devil and he is at your shoulder with a fucking doobie, right? Well, once you've hit that level of nuts, maybe just like don't play the song where drug use is conceptually mentioned about roughly about the existence of the sex, drugs, and rock and roll life. But I'm not gonna go too deep into that today, I suppose. For now. Mostly because I don't have much more to say at the moment, but you know. Oh, sure, you don't like Knights of Sidonia, but you'll listen to a Nickelback song. Shut up. Where's my entrance? I'm blind. Oh god, there it is. I think I would remember this by this point, but I typically don't remember a lot of things because memory problems. But Hey, cool, an energy tank. That's quite helpful. Oh yeah, one of these elevators leads to... Well, one of them leads to Fendrana Drifts, and the other one leads to the Phazon Mines. That's quite convenient. Those are two places we need to go. Yeah. Alright, come on. Open up. Also, I gotta say, it's very funny looking over at Blue Sky, and I see somebody reskeeting a post that's like, oh, hey, you immediately lose the moral high ground when you take screenshots of other people's posts to make them look bad. And I think about just what proportion of posts I've seen, and from this person, that are also just kind of doing that. And this also after the sheer amount of just like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do so much quote dunking on this website. And there are so many people on that website that do so many, you know, so many quote dunks even after saying that. And like, I get why. There are times when you just need to say fuck this moron, but also like, please come off it a little bit here. Moral high ground my ass, dude, you know? You're on the internet. You're already not on the moral high ground because you're on social media, you buffoon. But also, I think it's probably a good idea to reduce the amount of horrible things that other people have to read. And yet, I'm kind of guilty of that myself all the time. But at least I'll say that I'm the one who's fucking up on that regard as well. Anyway. We go back here. We could go fart around in the pirate lab if we wanted to. And, like, go look for the boost ball, which... I wish this game had hints for things that aren't just artifacts, but I think technically there's a Phazon suit hint somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Game, it's the randomizer. But regardless, we can just go this way, and this isn't necessarily like the cleanest way to get to the Phazon Mines, but it gets us there, and all we have to do is ignore these flying pirates a little bit. Oh no, they did like 30 damage to me. How am I ever going to recover from this financially? Oh, sudden gross thought, actually. Do I have to fight the invisible security drone without the wave buster? Or the X-ray visor. I don't like that. I pointedly try to avoid doing that where possible. Okay, yeah, I was waiting for this dude to get angry. That's right. Use that smash cut through a bright fog in order to hide the fact that this entire animation is not fully rigged. See, this dude did more damage to me with one hit than the entire set of flying pirates did to me with all of their stuff. These guys are wave troopers, I think. No, they're ice troopers. Ah, right. These guys are easy as piss. At least in this version. Because in the remasters, they changed it so that way they're immune to missiles, I believe. Or certainly that they don't shatter from missiles while frozen. Which means that I think they're basically just indestructible when they're frozen. So that makes the fight actually quite a bit more annoying. Oh, do I have power bombs? I have one power bomb. That is more than enough for me. Yeah, you get in the right place and this thing starts blasting stink air at you that is full of enough acid to actually hurt you for some reason. Okay, yeah, you have to stand up to do that. You come back in here, you turn on the ventilator. And for some reason, even though none of your weapons work on that, 6 puffers flying into it makes it break. Perfectly logical, except for all the ways it's not perfectly logical. Now this is where we get wave troopers, yeah. Shoot me from where? And he's behind the pillar. Yeah, see, they don't give you a cutscene for that one, so that hides the fact that the level of jank going there. Doors have been unlocked. Thank you, game. Oh. 'Kay. 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 'K the save room is actually just blocked by a block. Yeah, see, when you fight this the regular way, this is like an actual fight. But usually I just have Wavebuster, or am in a rando and probably have X-Ray Visor at that point. So, you know, we very rarely get to see what the deal is with that. And why it kind of sucks. The first time I ever got here, that thing killed me, like, pretty severely. So I used to be quite bad at this game. So whenever you see, like, any time I suck, just remember that when I was a kid, I was significantly worse. And it's not like I came here with, like, one energy tank or something when I was a kid either. I had a fair amount of stuff, and again, truth be told, you're basically as equipped when you're at this point in the game getting here as I am right now, except for the bit where you usually have boost ball at that point, which I still don't have for some reason. I did it with very little left at least once, that's for sure. I've been in some pretty sticky situations in these randos before. Ow. This is a fun room, at least conceptually. You just sneak behind these turrets. And sure, you still get shot a couple of times, but you can switch them off from there. Like, there's a lot of other places where you can just switch the defense turrets off, but that one sticks out in my mind on kind of a special level. Alright, Metroid Quarantine. So, yeah, we can't actually get to that artifact yet. Because that wants us to be a little bit more equipped. I mean, I think theoretically we're allowed to, but like, oh, did I? Well, I at least froze a second one, so that was a huge waste of 10 missiles. It's fine. It's not like they're in short supply in this game. Yeah, so that room that I just backed out of wants X-Ray Visor. I think I said that, but now I've forgotten if I said specifically that it was X-Ray Visor that it wants. We can technically, you know, just fumble around in the not being able to see anything. But I'm pretty sure that the rando's logic is going to be like, oh, you're supposed to have X-Ray Visor before you do anything here. And I will accept that as any good reason to not just fuck around with something that wants me to deal with X-Ray Visor stuff when I don't have X-Ray Visor, because that's a pain. Right. And I think we have just that guy in here, and that's it. Yeah. So it's just the big dude, and we now make our way back through ventilation. We can get out of here, right? I didn't think about this. Yeah, so, is there another direction we can go in that room? I don't think there is. I think that's the wrong one to have multi-direction. Oh, no. I think I just soft-locked my... Oh, wait, no, we can teleport back at any save point. Never mind. Yet another, like, thing that I forgot of quality of life. Yeah, and that's just the map room there, so... Nobody get too excited. Star Fox. Yeah, see, this was added specifically to the randomizer for reasons like this. And also just for convenience. Oh, right. Wrecked ship. That's right. That is open to us now, and we should be able to do everything in there. Wrecked ship doesn't require any boost ball whatsoever, so... See, I'm going entirely the wrong way. And not entirely, just mostly entirely. Alright, so let's do this better. I said not that, but thank you, game, I think. Alright, so let's get ready for plenty more of these. Oh. Go into the junk pile. Oh, right, there is one in here, too. I thought this was just a kill room because of the two turrets. But that's because I don't completely remember. And this place admittedly, I think is a place that I don't remember a lot of things about, just by virtue of the fact that it's a little bit weird, and this puzzle is slightly overused. Like, okay, I generally, I love Metroid Prime, and I love it enough to do randomizers, but also, there are, like, minor things I could say about, you know, design perspective of a few parts of the game. But usually they're, like, fairly short parts. Like, again, this isn't a truly gigantic part of the game. It's a little long, but, I mean, ultimately it's sort of like, oh, well, this one section is slightly tedious. Compared to the alternative in some games, it could be a hell of a lot worse. There's the Artifact of Wild. Just sitting there menacingly. Oh. Oh, alright, dude. Fine. Get the Aqua Reaper out of there, because it doesn't want to let me just pass by in peace. Of course. That's right. I remembered at least at last second-ish that there's stuff in here to worry about. I think there's probably more power conduits that I have to hit, but I actually do not completely remember that. I just remember there were some. Yeah, there's one more in the area. And it's probably like all the way down at the beginning or something. Okay, it's right next to the elevator. It's not quite in the elevator. Just very close. Ah! Dang it, I bumped into the dead space pirate and fell. Wow. Thanks, game. How rude. Deeply rude. Ah, there's an underwater drone here. You know, using these electric attacks underwater is definitely the smart idea, right? Ow. Sorry about your eyes. That was a little bit strong. You are correct. Well, there's only 2 lockers over here, so... Oh, is that not head-on enough for you with that? Doesn't count if I shoot it between them. Oh, well. I was hoping for there to be an actual item there, but... And by that, I mean, like, one of the 2 things that I need for progression still. Because we do need those, unfortunately. Ah, yes, 80s product placement, right? Wait. Takes away the the wrong thing from this. I mean... Open up. Come on. It's probably loading because it's a big room or something. But yeah, these guys have incredible thermal signatures. Coming off their undersea jetpacks. You know. You had no idea they were real until several years later. That's... Well, I guess it's probably something that might be, like, considered comparatively regional, too, because sometimes you just can't get weirdly mainstream items in certain places. Like bottle caps, you can't find them anywhere. But somehow you can find bottle caps themed dog treats. I mean, they're not like actual bottle caps treats for dogs, but they're dog treats in the package at least. Looks like a bottle caps package. From what I've been able to ascertain, because you've told me about those and I know that you do not own a dog, so why would you purchase dog treats? Yeah, the timing for this is a little bit weird, but at least it's completely safe. Unfortunately, the flamethrower is probably the least useful item in the game, despite the fact that you think, oh, it's a flamethrower, that's kind of cool. I could be slightly wrong and maybe it, like, does absolutely ruinous damage to Metroid Prime's red form during the first form of the fight. Well, I mean, I can show it off and I can just go, oh yeah, I'll have to get those missiles later. But first I want to deal with these little things. So it looks like that. I mean, it's got decent range for a flamethrower in a video game. But it's like, what if the Wave Buster didn't auto-target and also was for the Plasma Beam, which already generally has enough DPS for you? Oh no, this room is open. Okay. Well, smart job for me to do that, right? Hooray, I thought of one thing. Just don't fall off the ledge. Because that way leads out to another item that we can go pick up for free in a bit. And that is the ice beam room. We want to go the other way because that's safer. All right, then. Well, Gex is a... One of these days, we gotta play the... Yeah, one of these days, we're definitely gonna play Gex 3, but I think I said that before. I'll probably skip the original Gex because that's a little bit janky, which is really something that says something considering the amount of jank that we had in Gex 2. Powerbomb expansion, that's kind of useful. Urgh. Get out here. Going back to the other side of things. Go back down the elevator that we took. That'll let us get on the other side of ventilation shaft in Phazon Mines. Unfortunately, I don't know how much else we can do right now unless we find X-ray visor or boost ball. I was almost like Wave Buster, but no, we only need that to fight Meta Ridley. And need isn't like, it's not a logic requirement, it's just that it makes the fight a lot easier. Although with only 100 missiles, it's not going to do that much for it either, so, we would definitely need, like, a lot more. That's for sure. Can we figure out where that invisible platform is? There? Unfortunately, that doesn't give me the greatest because of the weird perspective, but it might be possible for us to just, like, jump straight across, basically. Or double jump straight across, rather. That's probably more of a one-jumper. I mean, again, there's no value in doing it for now, probably, and just wait for the X-ray visor, but... I guess it is nice to know how to do it. Yeah, I'm going to say forget about it for now, and we're going to go in here instead. No, not in here. We go in the other elevator, pardon me. Yeah, sorry, my brain is moderately scrambled at the moment. What? No, there's no Eggman here. On his scrambled egg level, that's for sure. Scrambled egg, the after phase of the death egg. It's one way your egg can die is being scrambled. I guess. Yeah, wrong part of the big glowing monitor room. There we go. Turn the crane, and it cracks open a wall. Now we can spider ball up the... I said if we could actually get over there first, right? Whoops. And grab that missile pack. As they frequently are. And there's the Artifact of World. This is, what room again? Security Access A. Okay. So, we're currently missing 3 artifacts. One of them is a little bit outside of our grasp now. Yeah, so that one. Phazon Mines Elite Quarters. That one I believe we can get to. And yeah, plasma processing still requires us to get boost ball. So we need both boost ball and X-ray. I just kind of hope that they're both in like fairly easily findable locations, you know? A big trick to learn to make these fights easier is that you're charged at full much faster than you think. So learn that speed and you'll make fighting the wave troopers a lot easier. I don't know, that sounds like something you'd hear about in Captain N, though. Wait. Alright, so let's go to Flamethrower Room and get hopefully one of our last 2 progression items. It's probably a missile pack, though. I mean, we haven't even gotten half of the ones in the game yet, so... the odds feel pretty high. Yep. I told you. Oop. Stuck on the wall. Ultimately, it's not like I have to go that ham on those dudes, but I do enjoy just annihilating them with a charged plasma shot. It's fun. Get out of my face, dude. Come on. That's just rude. Yeah, this room is like... oh, it's Elite Research. That's right. This isn't Elite Quarters, which I think is the room that we have to go to. This is Elite Research, which is something different entirely, which has a missile expansion, and I bet upstairs is going to be a missile expansion. There we go. Excuse me. Ah! Wow. That's pretty bad. Oh yeah, I can't do this room because I don't have the boost ball. Can I powerbomb through this? I think I can. No. I can blow that up. No, no, no. That's blown up because of the ion cannon. Fuck! I am once again walled behind boost ball, and it is causing me, like, the biggest problem. God damn, man. I often just forget about how much this game is reliant on that. Or really, this tends to happen with like every item, so. Oh, they're also immune to power bombs. I forgot about that. Now I don't know what they want out of me because I'm like, how many things do I have anymore? Oh right, Fendrana Drifts. That's what I can go to. Oh, that happens. I spell things wrong occasionally. Oh well. Wow, rude. Hey, wow, we're finally up to 4 power bombs. Yay! Alright, can't wait to fight. Garbage mini-boss that I don't like. Probably soon to be followed up by garbage regular boss I don't like. But we'll get there. Oh, I did that again. Wow. Right, I think it's rockets that you need to... Yeah. That's my bad. Let's jump the gun a little bit. Whoops. And I keep overshooting that a little bit. Much to my frustration. I think there is a way to actually skip this section, but it requires the use of the boost ball, which, haha. All right, you. Oh, thank fuck, a single power bomb takes it out. I don't think I ever realized, because you have so few that I usually am like, that's too precious to use. Ah, just an energy tank. Useful, but, like, I'm this close to getting this, right? I could really use one of those 2 items, game. I have surprisingly good aim, really. Oh, I have to actually go through this whole room. Alright. Hey, 2 for 1 deal. Nice. Up there, and... Side is... Okay, yeah, there's the hole. I don't know if we can jump in there super Fuck. Yeah, definitely not super easily, but we can probably kind of do this? Maybe? Land on the platform. Hit by the flicker bats, because of course. Get in the hole. Damn it! Of course. Well. Alright, time for a stupidly tedious boss fight. Yes, I noticed the game isn't giving me hints about using the boost ball. Har har har. Gee, I wonder why that could be. Alright, now he's doing his little piss storm. That doesn't sound like what I meant it to, but oops. Yeah, he summons a blizzard so that way you can't see anything because of reasons. He just keeps making a bunch of angry bull noises. Ha! Got him while he was rolling. Fortunately, that time I failed to destroy his armor properly at all, so... Now wait for him to stand up to be able to do anything here. Alright, now he's having a temper tantrum. And now all that should be left is the torso. This fight is easy, it's just really tedious. Which is why I'm going to be so happy when it drops a missile pack. Unfortunately, missile canceling there, kind of a pain in the butt. I don't know you can really do it as well with the plasma beam as you can with the power beam. Called it! Yeah, so now we're at half of them, and, like... Okay, so... There's still 25 missile packs left in the pool, which means that... And there's 100 items in the game. Yes, I've hit the nerd level where I remember that, right? And we got a lot of stuff. Out of other major upgrades that we're missing, we are also missing the Phazon suit and the Wave Buster. Game for Monday, I do not know yet. I might start in on an RPG. I might not. I mean, we have done a lot of, like, 3D platformers recently, so it would be nice to do at least something else to just sort of counterbalance that statistically. I would say I could start on another Pokemon game, but, like, didn't we just beat Sword, like, 3 weeks ago and that's it? It hasn't been very long, I know that. Well, yeah, that's not exactly a low bar. Other way, sorry. I was gonna say that's a low bar at first, and then I decided to go the direction of saying that's not exactly a high bar. Whatever. Compared to, oh, better than Star Ocean 5, the bar is in hell. I mean, listen, Star Ocean 5 can't even make the prerequisite fan service character sexy. So, like... That's right, Hell, Michigan. I admit, I am sorely tempted to fire up Metal Gear Solid. Although I'm so... It's been forever since I played Metal Gear Solid, so, like, I'll be even worse... Well, even worse than usual, I say. It's not that much usual there, so... Although now when I think about Metal Gear Solid, like one of the things that always stuck with me in Metal Gear Solid, and it's a weird thing, is that I've always thought that close-up portrait of Otacon when he's talking to you in the elevator, and there's the reveal of, oh shit, the 4 guys in stealth suits are there. You could have told me this sooner, sir, but also, like, that close-up mugshot has always looked really weird to me. Like, I don't know, maybe because it's a close-up. But also, I just thought about that, and I thought of, there was this one image meme that somebody had posted a while ago where it's like it's that conversation, but instead it's Otacon going, Snake, they've leaked the Metal Gear on the War Thunder forums. There's our X-ray visor, thank fuck. I can get, like, probably 1 item or something. I am sure, I feel like I've sent it to you too, if anything, you know, if nothing else, right? Because why wouldn't I? That's funny for like 8 different reasons. Ah, yes, jetpack dudes. Get that guy the fuck out of here. And also because I love memeing on Metal Gear, even though, like, again, Metal Gear Solid, good series. At least the earliest parts of it are definitely good. And then the others have, well, a little variable, but significantly funnier than they're ever intended to be, I'll say that. So just think about somebody who had the one with the vehicle setups that way, it just played the John Cena theme. Now I'm trying to figure out where... Yes, it was from 5. I do remember that. I apparently forgot to mention that, but it happens. I mean, I'm also sitting here kind of disoriented about where the hell I'm supposed to... You know what if I just exited Gravity Chamber from the other hole in the room and worked that way? Oh, I'm sure that with the way this goes, it really is going to be like, hey, yeah, you want all the rest of the missiles in the entire game? As I just start pleading with the randomizer, please, my children need food. No, missile. I'll let you guys fill out the rest of the joke, but the punchline is the IDF. Wait. I don't know if I'm allowed to actually say that on Twitch, but... Too late now. Oops. Okay, I've basically got to go all the way around the zone again for that. I could tell by the numbers lighting up that that was a missile pack. Alright, so... Right, because I remember this. It's like behind a rock wall, basically. Bust it open, and... Yep. Well, at least now we're only at needing, 42, I think, to have all of them. So, got it. 42 missile drops in a row. 37? In a row? Wait. A reference I get, but obviously not a movie I've seen. Wow, who could imagine? Is that the one that pierces through the... Yeah, that has to be the one that pierces through the layer down there. Moreover, I want to access the... I think that's just a save spot, so... We can wait for that for a moment. Okay, so I didn't hit the one that broke the ice layer, but that's in this room, so... I was only partially off. I don't remember how to do this. Like, it's weird that's in such a bad position. I did not realize. Alright, that's not the map. That's the map. Alright, we're across. Whoa, careful. Alright, now, sure. There we go. I was gonna say, surely that gives me access to that. There's a lot of work I'm going through for a missile pack, isn't it? But, well, gotta try. Otherwise, you'll never find it. Yep. Told you. A lot of work I'm doing for one of those. Come on. And once again, it gets weirdly glitchy with the targeting colors for that. Energy tank. Useful, but not what I'm looking for. Go right back to ignoring as many enemies as we can here. Whip. Don't fall off the edge. Oh, there are 3 of them in here? I completely did not realize that there were that many in this room. Alright, Research Lab Ether. The room whose name is a little bit funnier because Ether ended up being the name of the planet in Prime 2. But I have no idea if they planned that or not. Wow, good job me just walking off of that. For fuck's sakes! I do not remember that being that hard before. Like, I'm sure that it is the same, but I can just land up there before I ball anyway, right? I'm doing this the fool's way. Yeah. See, that's why, is because you can just do this. Now it's being an idiot. Energy tank. Alright, exit is elsewhere. Oh, there's still a guy in here for some reason. Pass through here. Oh, what am I doing? I can't use that for this. Alright, hole in the ground, not on top of the tower. Good. Oh yeah, that has to lower. Okay, so naturally I cannot actually do this room's puzzle because I don't have the boost ball, which means I can't get the item out of the super missile location, which I guess at least means it can't be the boost ball. So that's useful to know. Let me through. Come on, the doors are unlocked. I figured. I'm sorry, did I forget to activate the go both ways through? No, no, it's... I just have to actually scan through the door. The barrier, whatever. So that's neat. That's not what I expected, actually. I just didn't think that would be there. Period. Well. So don't cutscene me for that. Just let me... Oh, lock the door. All you had to do is let me go on my way. Oh, for some reason there was still an active shadow pirate and the door unlocked. That's funny. Ha! That was good. Okay, so I believe at this point the only items that we are unable to get in Phendrana are the one that we don't have the boost ball for. And everything else, like, that's a save station. There's a couple other save stations that I didn't go into and stuff, and that's about it. I am still without boost ball. However, I did get the X-ray visor. So the X-ray visor opens up one of the 3 artifacts that I'm missing. However, I still need boost ball in order to get into the region of Phazon Mines between the ventilation shaft and the laser room. But there are a couple of items that we can get with X-ray visor. There's 2 items in Root Cave. There's the item at the back end of the shipwreck, which... Oh god, I'd have to go through the full shipwreck for that, basically. Yeah, because... Can't... Yeah. Well, actually, come to think of it, I think I actually can get to some parts of Phazon Mines there. I just have to go from the elevator at the back of Magmore Caverns and go backwards from there, but I can't go into the room with the laser gun. So basically, I can rule out that the thing is either in the laser gun room in Phazon Mines or in the observatory in Phendrana, nor is it going to be in, like, any part of the... Well, that was bizarre. Any part of the transport into the room where X-ray usually is. Or not even in the room where X-ray usually is either, so... Yeah, you go around the outside here. Whoa! Kind of screwed up that jump a little bit. That's a missile pack. And what about in here? Missile pack? Yeah. I thought so. So otherwise, we're walled from a couple of the artifacts by no boost ball, basically. And that's the big thing at this point. Well, I'm going to go into Magmore, and I'm going to go down to the end of there in order to get at Phazon Mines, I guess. Wrong side. Right, yeah. So we also can rule out the statue room and the path out of it in here. The path that leads to not quite the room with the ice spreader. Although we have X-ray visor, so we can go and check a couple of small things in Magmor. And by a couple, I think I basically just literally mean one. So yeah, you see those two items in the track there? Those can't be boost ball because they require boost ball. And if the item is walled behind itself, that means that it's not important, but that would be a bit of a problem here because at least one of those artifacts is literally walled behind boost ball, so the hell would they expect me to do otherwise, right? That would be very confusing. Ah! Sorry. Press the wrong button on the D-pad. And we all kind of got a lot of thermal visor in Magmor Cavern, which is a bad thing, because it doesn't overload, but it does be very bright. So that's not fun to look at, that's for sure. Yeah, a little bit late to say it now, but definitely do not look at that. Wait. Yeah, just give you the advice well after the fact. It was not my intention to flashbang the entire audience, but unfortunately, wait a second. How badly am I doing this? How wrong do I have this whole section? So I'm curious if I can scan that pillar or something. Make sure that it's like, hey, you're using the wrong tool, you doofus. We got these causing a little bit of issue and preventing me from jumping properly because I just keep falling over them over and over again. Unless it's probably the other pillar, actually. Yeah, that it would be. And there's our boost ball. Oh, finally. Okay. So now I can just track down those last 3 artifact locations. Phazon Mines, Fungal Hall access. Don't do that. That's not the best way to leave that. If the game froze right now, I'd be a little sad. Just a little. By just a little, I mean, Phazon Mines Elite Quarters. Magmor Caverns Plasma Processing. Alright, well, I don't particularly care about getting the Phazon suit because I don't believe I need that at this point. Like, it would be nice, but it's not exactly important. And I sure the hell don't need more missiles. So I'm just gonna be on my way here. Spider ball along this line along the top of this lava-filled canyon. You know, this perfectly rational structure of both nature and architecture, right? Everything about that room makes absolute sense. I mean, I guess it's not like the stupidest thing, but somebody built a bridge. Eesh. Although I guess, are the spider ball tracks artificial or not, or does it depend on which one? So geothermal core is a fun room that I think you can do some pretty serious gags in terms of like gags, yeah, in terms of just like skipping things. But I literally am not actually good enough at those in the first place. I couldn't do those back when I had vague amounts of skill at this game. But I've seen somebody who just literally has jumped past the entire spider ball track, basically. So you can get in here. If you can pull off all the other jumps, you can get Plasma Beam without Spider Ball. But it is a lot of shenanigans that you have to do, to put it mildly. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. Maybe one day I'll, like, learn how to hold the controller again, and I will start properly doing the skip in that room that's, like, right before Ice Beam. Yeah, and also, the other part of it is, like, how do you do this? How do you get up there without Spider Ball? Can you grind in that Spider Ball track like you can the one in the furnace? I didn't show that one off this time, because I forgot, really. But the Spider Ball track, at least on the GameCube, quite a few of these funky tricks have been repaired in the Switch version, as far as I've been able to ascertain. But basically, so the furnace room, which is the room where you get pretty much a free energy tank after beating Incinerator Drone in vanilla, there is a hole that you just navigate your regular orb into, or there's a spider ball track. And basically, if you stand on the spider ball track and sort of aim yourself into the left edge of the track and just mash jump, you'll basically climb it, even though you aren't using the spider ball. So that should probably not be the way that that functions. And it allows you to get in there without spider ball, which is only so helpful. like I attempted to show off and completely, absolutely just butchered. If you can do that skip that I was trying to show off, where you jump onto that little nub and then you jump to the bomb socket, you can actually get to Ice Beam without Spider Ball. And it's a pretty big skip because you can go into the Pirate Bay there, whatever it's called. The pirate facility on Fendrana with the Ice Beam. And that just absolutely allows you to stomp the hell out of everything in there. Unfortunately, it's not like it's some sort of cheat code against Thardus, which, for that, you would want the Plasma Beam. Which, again, as you can probably guess by what I've said, there is technically a way that you can get Plasma Beam through extensive geometric abuses, but I do not know how to do any of those off the top of my head, so please do not ask me to. I'd say, oh, maybe I'd make it like a sub-goal or something that I'd learn how to do shit like that and demonstrate it on stream, but that seems pretty minor league. If there are people who are that hardcore into seeing Metroid Prime skips and glitches and stuff, all that stuff is definitely out there on the internet. This isn't exactly a very obscure game or anything. It's not like I'm promising you total distortion or something, and that's only because that's like the first of those incredibly weird games that I could think of off the top of my head. Is just like, hey, yeah. Remember the one where the only thing people remember it for is the song that plays when you die? There's a lot of games out there. There's a lot of games out there that people just remember for one weird little thing. And it's not like I blame them for that. Because honestly, there's enough games that exist out there with that one weird little thing that, why not, right? You may as well remember them for it. Because that one weird little thing is always pretty memorable. Oh yeah, obviously this rock is gone. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't be. But hey, we boost balled through and we killed something with the boost ball, which you don't get to do very much. The boost ball is the thing that you can damage stuff with. If I recall correctly, there's also a way that you can aim it at Meta Ridley during his first phase and do basically so much damage that you skip straight to the second. Also known as the phase where you just... where all you do is wave buster him for like the length of 170 some missiles. Open up. I know Phazon Processing Core is quite large. Pardon me, Phazon Processing Center. I'm a hack and a fraud. I apologize. Where am I? I'm all the way at the bottom of the room. Shit. That's not good. Because now I gotta fight this asswipe. Which, of course, the Plasma Troopers are incredibly durable because, obviously, otherwise, the Plasma Beam has DPS for days. So if they were as squishy as everything else, like, come on, they wouldn't be a challenging enemy. If they had the same HP as the Power Trooper, you could just hit him with one charge shot, basically, and you'd be good. Because while the Plasma Beam charge shot is not quite as powerful as a super missile, it is very, very close, and of course doesn't cost missiles. This is the thing I like not having to think about ammunition costs. Yeah, hey, we're coming through here like for not the first time, that's for sure. Right, Elite Control. That's not the room we need. I don't need to be in a fight with these dudes either, so get me out of here. Alright, elite control access. Ah, there's one of the two nothings. Well, we had to find one of them eventually, I suppose. To explain the randomizer, you can do a lot of customization with it in terms of stuff that you start with and things like that. I start the randomizer with a space jump and a charge beam, basically because the charge beam is needed for super missiles, so it's one of the more important items in the progression, and getting walled behind that would absolutely be really irritating. And space jump is basically just to, well, allow me to be able to get more places while having a double jump. And also that kind of opens things up a little bit, so that way the seed is not just, oh hey, every time you're going straight to Hive Mecha, which is pretty much what happens otherwise. Is you don't really have a whole lot of other open checks that you can do. Unless you have like a missile launcher or something to start with. So yeah, it sounds like, oh, you're starting with items in your randomizer, but it does actually kind of open the possibilities up a little bit. And does actually make for a more interesting experience, I swear. That's just not necessarily a piece of information that is readily obvious for anyone who's not super familiar with this game, which I know that at least one person in here is not. If he hasn't gone to sleep yet, but I wouldn't blame him if he did. You know who you are. Yeah, it's... You know, again, and in particular, I choose those because they specifically open up enough checks to make things interesting. Like, for example, if you're doing Ocarina of Time Randomizer, which is another one that I play a lot, something you can do to give yourself a little bit more openness, other than obviously activating open mode. This room is not elite quarters, I don't think, but I'll take the item here anyway, because we're here. Elite quarters then might be downstairs. Because, yeah, that's elite research. I'm just kind of hoping that the room that I have to go to is not like Omega Pirate. Because if it is, that's not a fun boss fight. That takes forever. Who wants to watch that? Eh. Anyway. Yeah, so what you can do with OOT Randomizer, for example, which what I usually do with it is I have Shop Sanity set, and I have a few locations open, like I have open Temple of Time, open forests, so that way you can just immediately leave the forest without having to go enter the tree. And Temple of Time, so that way there's more areas opened up. Again, for purposes of like, make it so that way it's not just playing the vanilla game. And Shop Sanity does a lot with that as well, to just make things a little bit more open-ended. Because that's just more possibilities. But in particular with Metroid Prime, because of how a lot of your abilities are locked behind other abilities in terms of using them, that's a big reason why I give Charge Beam to myself as a starter. Actually, alright, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna double check that I'm not incorrect about these 2 artifact locations. Yeah, fungal hall access. Artifacted spirit is in, yeah, elite quarters. Which, if only I was a little better at remembering, like, the names of rooms. Because I know fungal hall access is pretty deep. Elite quarters might also be like, well, like I said, it might even be as deep as Omega Pirate. And then we'll be in for one hell of a time waster because, ooh. Omega Pirate is not necessarily a bad boss. I mean, it's far from my favorite in the game or anything, but it definitely is one that takes a while. That's a thing that you can say about that for absolute certain. So I'm just trying to ignore as many fights as possible at this point. To say that might turn out to not be so possible in a second, but nope, thankfully that opened itself up pretty quickly. This room, however, yeah. Dynamo access. And here's Dynamo. This is where we fight the boss, the invisible security drone, which we don't have to deal with anymore because we dealt with that earlier. Okay, save. Because we are this close. I mean, we're missing just 2 artifacts. Elite Quarters might be the room right before Omega Pirate. Thinking about it, but again, don't completely remember. Ah, yeah, here's a fun room. Do this, and the Metroids are quite happy to attack the space pirates. At least where they can find them. Again, fun little bit of stuff to have in here. And I'm so glad that the Metroids in this game don't take, like, 25 missiles or whatever it is in the 2D Metroid games. I forget the exact number. It is many, though, that's for sure. Oop, wrong one. Thankfully, we're not in caverns anymore, so it's not like a complete flashbang for accidentally selecting the wrong visor. Ah! Unfortunately, because of the bumpy terrain, sometimes I just fall off like that because my momentum is a little bit too strong. No item here? I thought it was... Maybe I have to go further in there or something. Eh, whatever. We don't actually need it. Elevator access B. And here's our mid-stage elevator, all the way downstairs. Fungal Hall access. So this should be where it's at, right? Yeah, there's our Artifact of Warrior. Right in the middle of the blue shit. Yeah, we've got some Hunter Metroids here to add a little bit to the challenge. Phase on mining tunnel. I didn't think it was that. Just wanted to be sure. Here we are, all the way in the absolute pitch black, where you really want to use thermal visor to get around. Oh, how rude. I say proceeding to power bomb it, but that's because I think there's another one in the area and I want to make sure that I deal with the whole thing here. Quarantine access B. Oh, right. This room has invisible pulse bombos. Thus kind of flying in the face of my thing that I said earlier. This is Metroid Quarantine B. Ah, shit, folks. We're gonna have to fight fucking Omega Pirate, aren't we? My time is not very valuable, but my goodness. I'm not actually that mad. Just simply use the control panel. Save. Because we are, once again, very, very close. I just wish I had, like, the ability to remember the room names. Because I remember the layout of the areas mostly. Just room names do not stick to my brain very well. For some reason or another. Yeah, elite quarters access. Yep. I love that for me. Well, I guess it was worth it to see the that thing happen to that guy. All right. Well, and yeah, because Omega Pirate is absolutely fucking huge, it's very easy to end up in a position where you're in melee range to him. And then he just starts slapping you around, and it's very hard to avoid his slapping. So there's just a lot of parts about this fight that's quite annoying. That is, pardon me, that are. Is that, wow. And he just spends so much time with his shield up. Like, again, I'm not necessarily convinced this fight is hard. I mean, it's easy to take a lot of damage. But also, it's just like... a lot of the mechanics are really quite frustrating in a way that I should probably make a bit of a division and explanation here, that when I talk about how difficult or not the fight is, I am speaking primarily of like how execution heavy it is. Yeah, not hard, just tedious, kind of like Thardus, but more so. But, like, really, you don't have to be necessarily a very skilled fighter in this game, I would say, to be able to beat Omega Pirate. But his mechanics are really, really irritating. Because now you gotta kill his extra HP meter. On top of everything else, hey, we're not quite one-phasing this, but that's fine. Let's deal with all the... That's fine. Deal with all the little gremlins here. That's what they're going to be called this time. Alright, switch to this thing. Oh, well, funny that there's a power trooper, but I'm not interested in dealing with fighting any of the little shitheads right now. Easy. And there it is, the Artifact of Spirit. It's all over, but the actually going back to the Artifact Temple. Taking the quick save just to have a save. It's almost finished. And yeah, I'll be right back also. Alright. It's time to go cash these in real quick. Since I remember where the Artifact Temple is. And it's over here. Let's go get our ending. Like I said before, I set this to no final boss fights just because it's a little tedious. It'll skip Meta Ridley too, but that's okay. Again, that would just add a little bit more time to the run. And really, for me, more of the fun is just in learning what you can do with limited resources. The final boss fight, the final boss gauntlet is just, hey, it's the final boss gauntlet. You know, you do the same things as you always do. The only difference is that one time I did learn a new technique of, oh, hey, yeah, Meta Ridley is susceptible to the Wave Buster, which I didn't think about because I thought that its DPS would be too low compared to the amount of missiles that you would have, regardless of your run. Meta Ridley, though, is a very good boss fight. I mean, it's hard as fuck, but a large part of that hard as fuck comes from it actually being a high execution fight, especially in the second phase. Oh, what? Did I screw this up? Well, I don't have a wave buster, so we're gonna see how high execution that actually is. I may have to go and take a look at my settings here and see if I screwed something up. Because this makes me think that we might be facing the entire final boss gauntlet, which I feel I can say rather comfortably I don't know that I'm prepared for. Oh, well, huh. It's not telling me. I'll have to go into actual thing. Okay, Randovania, what can you tell me about my seed options? How did I fuck this up? Or, I suppose, did I fuck this up would be the thing. Start. It just says final boss is removed, which... Alright, go in here, edit. Maybe it only does remove that, and it actually doesn't remove Meta Ridley, and I'm a fool. Live. Goal? Not goal. Huh. Huh. So, I guess I was wrong, but it says final boss is skipped, so I'm going to operate under the assumption that that means that we still don't have to deal with Impact Crater. If this ends up becoming a problem, I did see where the Wave Buster was while I was searching through the thing. I mean, listen, I got all the artifacts, and that was what I had set as the goal originally, so... Yeah, I may have, like, misapprehended something there, but I guess this will be a good time to show that this is, in fact, a high execution fight. Depending especially on how it goes, because there's ways to affect what attacks Meta Ridley will use depending on where you stand during certain phases, especially the second phase. Purportedly, but that might actually be false. Hey, it looks like I screwed up and don't have this set to skip Meta Ridley, but that's okay. I was talking about how like Omega Pirate is low execution, but very long, and that's where some of the difficulty sort of comes from. Whereas Meta Ridley is a hard fight that you have to like actually play really hard against. As opposed to a Mega Pirate who's like, oh, by the way, I can shield basically whenever, and you've got to deal with this other like set of armor before you can access my actual health, and it's just tedious and irritating and not great. So yeah. Anyway, I don't have the Wave Buster, so if we fail the first run of this, I'll just look up where that is and speed through this, I guess. Because, yeah. And by just look up where it is, I mean, I saw it when I ended up double-checking the spoiler file to see if it said that I had these tags set. Listen, I feel like it's probably fair game. I have all the 12 artifacts, which was my intended goal. So I think we're good to go on that one. And I didn't look at it for anything else. So I always save those as an emergency, like, just in case things get not great. Alright, here we go. Phase 2. Yeah, he's busy doing that. And I think there is like a very thin frame while he's doing this pose that you can actually hit him in the mouth, but possibly only with a missile. On the other hand, his other attack pattern, like, so I don't know 100% how to manipulate him into doing specific moves. I think it's distance based, but I'm not completely certain. Like there, we were in like a sort of a mid-distance there, and he did that instead. If we're up too close, he does the dash. If we're too far away, I don't know if it's even actually distance-based. It doesn't seem to be like any fixed number of cycles or anything. And as you can see, it kind of sucks because if you get hit by his tail, you drop your charge. Which is really like the most annoying thing that can happen to you in almost any fight. It's one of the big reasons why the Chozo Ghosts suck, even though, honestly, the Chozo Ghosts are not necessarily that hard of a battle. It's just that they have this one mechanic that is specifically extremely not fun. Yeah, see, he's just doing like speed rushes now, because I think his pattern changes like halfway through the second phase. And he gets mad enough at you that he's like, yeah, I'm gonna do this instead. Get away from his leg. Okay, yeah, I mean, fair enough that you dash there, but ugh! As the combo starts happening. Yeah, we got pretty close there, but like I said, not an easy fight, and I did kind of just get very, very, like, gambling a little bit there at the end. I'm not good at the missile cancel. I was definitely not doing that fast enough. Which is what I was trying to do, it just probably looked like, well, I wasn't doing it very well, because I wasn't doing it very well. Alright, Chozo Ruins. The room that we're looking for is called Crossway, and I forget where that is. Is that over there? It might be... It might be the room off of Hall of the Elders. But we'll go get that. And just to actually round this seed out, even though, I mean, I've been at this for as long as I have. I'll go get Wavebuster, and that will make Meta Ridley Phase 2, like, stupidly easy, basically. It kind of surprises me that this is a thing that works, but it'll be fun, I think. It'll probably still be a little tough, but, you know, not completely free, but pretty easy, at least, comparatively. Oh. Right, and just to show this off. Oh. Well, hopefully not with me failing that. Never mind. I'm doing it badly. But it is doable, so just like that. No, this absolutely works. It's just that now the game is apparently determined to make me look like a fool. Or perhaps I'm slightly worn out from the fact that I suddenly had to fight a boss that I thought I had switched off. Oh well. But yeah, that's how you can get up there without Spider Ball. Just basically lean into the one side of it and jump a lot until you climb up it for some reason. It only works with that one, to my knowledge. But I could be wrong about that, so don't, like, necessarily take my word as being 100% gospel here. Or treble. Wait, no, that's... Oops. Wow, another Mega Man joke. You sure like Mega Man a lot. It's true, I kind of do. There we go. I told you we could get that pretty easily. Now we just gotta go and walk our way out of here. Oh, that looked a little weird. It looked like Samus was unballing at an angle. Alright, just in case this somehow doesn't work, let's save again. That's okay. I didn't have much to say at this point. It was mostly just me quietly going through the section of the level over to get Wavebuster. So we are good to go as soon as I actually get to that part of the fight. Alright, now this will take a good long time because that's how this thing does. Oh yeah, other side. What am I doing? Yeah, so unsurprisingly, as a consequence of what our main weapon is going to be in Phase 2, this is a bad time to use missiles on him. So don't, like, try to DPS with super missiles. So use the plasma beam. And keep an eye on him. That did... Oh, there we go. We got this. We got the Phase 1 skip. The almost skip, really. And now we just tase him, basically. Do you want to, like, not do that, Meta Ridley, please? That was a little bit worrying. He just sat there for a second and was like, Oh god, we're gonna have enough. Yes, we just barely have enough to do it. And that is how you make that fight stupidly easy. It'll only cost you about 175 missiles. What the fu- Wait, it just... It says final boss skip, so that... I was gonna say, unless it immediately fades me to the credits for... Yes, for entering impact... Okay, that freaked me out, because... That's a weird way to implement that. I do want to double check my settings later and see if I actually can set it to skip Meta Ridley properly. Ultimately, it's fine, but it's just like, hey, it adds an extra part of the thing of either get a bunch of stuff or get the Wave Buster, because at least at this point, I'm not really good enough to be, like, decent at that fight. I guess I could just get there through grinding it out, but, well, that'll take a while. But there we go. That is another Metroid Prime Rando Seed. And now we can see where all the items... We got, like, all of these, I think, so... Yeah, I don't think there's any special items that we missed out on. Any of the important items. I could technically have gotten Boost Ball early if I remembered how to get to the invisible platforms, I think. But again, I believe that is out of logic. So it's probably better not to do stuff like that. Three hours, 49 minutes. It definitely was longer than that, I think, but also at least part of that is because I died to Meta Ridley once, so meh. Hooray! We did it, though, in one day. Very, very long stream. Oh, well. That happens sometimes.